All right, what do you want me to do? Tell me.
Presiding in the black. And then we'll have the jurors across.
I can let you in through here.
Oh my God.
Your live stream's on. I think it's playing.
No.
It's a 20-second delay. Court calls the case of, are we ready to go?
Ready to go.
Court calls the case of State versus Anderson. Counsel, please make your appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Ali Pigman-Hernandez, and I, along with my co-counsel, Jovana Marinkovic, represent the prosecution in this case.
Yeah, now help me, how do you spell your last name?
MARINKOVIC.
Your pen just died. No, I got one.
Repeat that.
Oh, I'm sorry. MARINKOVIC.
Your first name?
Jovana, YOVANA.
And
Your name again?
Ali, ALY, Pigman-Hernandez, PIGMON, hyphen, oh, sorry, I can slow down for you.
Okay, so it's a hyphen. What's the first one?
Pigman, PIG,
P-I-G?
yes,
M-A-N?
O-N,
O-N. Hyphen,
Hernandez, HERNANDEZ,
and team number.
Team G.
right, representing Mr. or Ms. Anderson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Cole Nowell, and along with my co-counsel, Madeline Simpkins, we are representing the defendant in this case, Avery Anderson. And for my name, it's Cole, C-O-L-E, Nowell, N-O-W-E-L-L. Team B.
And your co-counsel?
And my name is Madeline, Madeline Simpkins, Simpkin as in Nancy, S.
All right, y'all may be seated. In the interest of full disclosure, I have worked with Mr. Nowell and Ms. Simpkins, who's the clerk for me. They spent a lovely weekend in Florida with Ms. Pigman-Hernandez, so I kind of know everybody, so. It's just the nature of the way it works sometimes. That being said, is there any housekeeping?
Yes, Your Honor, we did have some housekeeping.
All right, maybe get Ms. Pigman-Hernandez.
We wanted to first make clear that the autopsy report, Exhibit A, has been stipulated
As admissible,
as admissible, yes.
is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit A is admitted, what else?
Your Honor, I believe that us and opposing counsel both have a record for both you and the jury that if you'd like, we can share.
I'll take a copy and you might want to give your copy, as long as both sides have had the opportunity to look at them.
Yes, we have.
Delightful. Great. What else?
May we assume that all witnesses have been pre-sworn? And may we have a brief recess after the close of the prosecution's case and then before closing?
Yes.
And would you like us to stand while delivering openings and closings, or do you have a preference?
Absolutely stand. Present your openings and closings to the jury.
Do you have any problem with us moving about the well during
During the freedom of
openings?
the wall through.
And what about during direct and cross examinations?
You must ask to approach the bench, you must ask to approach the witness. Don't be too close to the jury.
That concludes prosecution's housekeeping questions.
Ms. Simpkins, is there any housekeeping?
Yes, Your Honor. We would like to ask that you constructively invoke the rule for witness sequestration.
Right, who does that exclude?
That should exclude Ray Ballinger and Robin Grayson.
Is there any objection to the application of the rule?
No objections.
All right, will be constructively invoked.
And we would also like to ask permission to be able to utilize the whiteboard for demonstrative purposes throughout the trial.
As long as you lay a proper foundation.
And that is all we have for housekeeping at this time, Your Honor.
Great. Prosecution, do we have any motion limiting?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have motions limiting in 4 parts.
All right.
First one, Your Honor, we anticipate that the defendant will elicit testimony regarding an individual wearing a gray hoodie and jorts at the scene of the crime. Request any reference to this individual be excluded under Rule 403 of evidence, as evidence of this individual will be more prejudicial than probative.
Response?
Your Honor, this is one of the individuals that fled the crime scene. This is a very pivotal matter in this case. This is a case of identification. If we're trying to identify who committed these crimes being brought against the defendant in this case, we feel that it would absolutely be relevant to mention other people that have fled the crime scene and were talked about by witnesses in this case.
Motion limiting is denied. What else?
And then we also request the exclusion of Exhibit F and any mention of a Ruger LCR that was found in a river away from the scene of the crime. These 2 items should be excluded under Rule 403 as it is misleading to the jury and confusing the issue.
Mr. Nowell?
Your Honor, these are not misleading the jury at all. In fact, this is one piece of evidence that were talked about in the case of the investigative report. Again, if this is a case of identification, we feel that this gun would be very important in identifying who did or who didn't commit the crime. It's on the same grounds as previously on we feel like this would be relevant.
How does it matter a gun that was found in a body of water away from the scene? Why does it matter?
Yes, Your Honor. So this on top of another piece of evidence, the gloves on exhibit, I can't remember the name of the exhibit itself, but that combined with other elements of our case, along with another exhibit in the case, we could easily work towards identification because of how those objects were evaluated during the investigative process in this case.
What's your response to that?
Yes, Your Honor. So this gun was deemed inconclusive and therefore not relevant to the investigation. And that's because a gun was found on the defendant in this case that was deemed relevant.
Briefly.
The fact that this is one of the things that we contend in this case is that the fact that it's inconclusive does not mean that it's relevant in this case. And that is why we feel this is absolutely relevant. Because of the difference between those 2 words. We feel that is a strong part of this case.
I'm going to grant that motion and eliminate at this time. Just lay a foundation for it. I might reconsider and let it in later. Right now, based on what I've heard, I've let to let it in. What else do you have?
Yes, Your Honor. We also have, we request that Exhibit G be excluded, which are texts between the defendant and Robin Grayson, as it's improper hearsay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, then make that one easy. What else?
Lastly, Your Honor, we request that any mention of Mr. Anderson's visit to the gun range be excluded, including Exhibit L, which is a sign-in sheet that is supposedly from the gun range, and on the grounds that it is hearsay.
Your Honor, this fully points to the alibi of the witness in this case and where it was. Again, this is once again a case about identification. If there's a piece of evidence such that would suggest that the defendant was at a certain place at a certain time to point to where he was, and in terms of identifying throughout the investigation about something about gunpowder residue, we feel that is absolutely relevant. It should be let out.
If your only basis for excluding it's hearsay, court's going to deny that. Just have to lay a proper foundation for it to come in. Anything else? That's 4. You said 4.
That concludes my motions limited.
All right, Mr. Nowell, defense motion limiting.
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, as you know, this is a case that one of the charges that is involved in what was brought against our client, Avery Anderson, was murder in the 1st degree. And because of that, we feel that the images of the gunshot wound of the decedent Elliot Stevens in this case would be far more prejudicial than they are probative under 403, because they may taint the jury's perception of what is and is not important.
Your Honor, we have no objections.
Okay.
Also,
Which
Your Honor,
exhibit is that?
Exhibits
Exhibits E.
E1 through E4, all the images of the gunshot wounds and of the decedent.
Okay. Great. What else?
Also, Your Honor, we would like to exclude any mention of Avery Anderson as either a criminal or a murderer in this case.
Yes, objection, Your Honor. As a criminal, he does have a previous criminal record, and We are using this case
What
to,
is the previous criminal record for?
for theft.
How long ago?
It was in 2008, I believe.
More than 10 years?
Yes.
You're not gonna call him a criminal or murderer. That's granted. What else?
And also, speaking of that past conviction, Your Honor, we would also like to exclude any mention of the Class A misdemeanor for petty larceny. We feel that because of the fact that it was so long ago, back in 2008, it would not be relevant in this case and would once again also be more prejudicial than is probative.
I defer to my original objection, which I.
And that one's granted too. What else?
And that is it for motions limited, Your Honor, for the defense.
We're gonna bring in the jury. Let's proceed to open statements. Whenever you're ready, proceed.
Your Honor, may I approach the law?
You may.
Elliot Stevens was working in his food truck that evening, January 20th, 2020. It was an average day for him. And it was a Monday night. So his friend Ray was going to meet him there so they could count his finances as they do every Monday evening. This particular Monday, Ray arrived early. He decided to help his friend Elliot start packing up his stuff. Ray goes to the car, and suddenly he hears a gunshot. He drops down to the ground, fearing for his life. Meanwhile, Sergeant Camacho is walking down the street nearby. He too hears that gunshot, and moments later, sees someone running, dressed in dark clothes, running up 7th Street, away from the gunshot. Now, after Ray collected himself, his first thought was to go see if his friend was okay. He runs to the food truck, rushes in, he sees money scattered on the floor. And he sees Elliot lying on the floor, bullet in his chest, bleeding out. He calls 911 and he tries to stop the bleeding himself. The EMTs arrive. Ray is taken to the hospital, but nothing could be done for him. He passes away. This case is about a smoking gun. We're going to show you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that that night, Monday, January 2020, Avery Anderson murdered, intentionally, maliciously murdered Elliot Stevens. That Avery Anderson robbed Elliot Stevens. He took Elliot Stevens' money. Despite his will, he stole that money from him that night from the food truck. Defense is going to want to say that Avery was just a guy in the wrong place at the wrong time. We're going to show you that is not true. Sergeant Camacho, 10 years of experience as a detective, as a police officer. He's going to tell you how the same caliber of bullet that killed Elliot Stevens was the same caliber of the gun found in Avery Anderson's backpack. He's going to tell you how he saw that suspect wearing a backpack and dark clothes running up 7th Street, away from the gunshot. And Ray is going to tell you how Elliot was terrible with money. Ray is his friend, his dear friend, and also kind of like a personal accountant. Helps him with the food truck, helps make sure that the money gets deposited every week, helps him with a spreadsheet. Because Elliot was terrible with numbers. Ray's gonna tell you how Elliot kept money, all of his cash, in a Ziploc bag, where you could see it. If you were ordering, if you were there, you could see it. This case is about a smoking gun. I hope that by the time we're done, by the time you've seen all the evidence and everything we have to present you, you conclude that there's no reasonable doubt that Avery Anderson could not have been the murderer. Avery Anderson killed Elliot Stevens that night, January 20th, 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marinkovic, is that right? Right. All right, that's good. But Ms. Simpkins, I'm assuming that you're doing the openings you just did, you may proceed.
May it please the court. Members of the jury, this is a story that is not about one person, but two. And in fact, it's not just one story. This is about two stories of two young men who had never personally known each other and had never met each other. So we start with the first person, Mr. Avery Anderson. Now, Mr. Avery Anderson, in order to understand who he is and what his story is, we need to go back to 2018, where he had recently divorced his wife. This left him in a very low financial, devastating place where he was scraping to get by and he had lost his job. With the help of some friends and with an internal drive to improve his life, he worked over the next several years in order to build his life back up. You're going to hear testimony here today from Mr. Anderson. And Mr. Anderson is going to tell you how he was able to work at an ice cream shop in order to save up tips and to create a savings in order to build that future life for him together. In fact, he's actually going to tell you that his life was about to take off, where he had recently gotten a new job as an HR manager and was about to, and just needed one thing. He needed a car because it was the only way he could get to that job. Luckily, he had a friend, and you're also going to be able to hear from this friend. This friend is going to be Robin Grayson. Now, Robin Grayson and Avery Anderson are close friends. They have been for many years. Robin Grayson is going to testify about how he has known Avery for a very long time and has seen him both struggle and succeed. And you're going to see how Robin Grayson had a car. He had something that he could help his friend out with. It was an old car, and they made a deal to sell it from Mr. Robinson was going to sell, Mr. Grayson was going to sell that car to Avery Anderson for $2,000. But here's the kicker. You are going to hear a testimony today about how Mr. Robin Grayson does not trust banks. He does not trust cash apps. He does not trust checks that come from Mr. Anderson. So he requires the amount of money to be in cash. You're going to hear how they made plans on the evening of January 20th, 2020 to make the exchange of the $2,000 in cash for that old car in a grocery store that was located within a block of where this shooting happened. Now, I told you that this was about two stories, two young men. That was the first one. The second young man that you're going to hear about is going to be Elliot Stevens, and his is unfortunately a very tragic story. Now, Mr. Stevens, as you have just heard from the prosecution, had a whole life ahead of him, and he had this food truck where he was indeed very poor with managing his money and tended to leave his money about. There is no dispute that Mr. Stevens was killed that night. However, that is a completely separate story from that of Mr. Anderson. They are two separate people with two different paths that never intersected with each other. So with that in mind, I want you to keep a few things in the back of your mind, in the back of your head as you watch the testimonies laid out here today and see the exhibits presented. The first is that the first charge being brought against Mr. Anderson is that of first-degree murder. Now, first-degree murder requires a few things. And in this case, it requires that Mr. Anderson was the one to kill Elliot Stevens. You are going to hear, beyond a reasonable doubt, Mr. Anderson did not kill Elliot Stevens because they never even met. They never even crossed paths. You're going to hear testimony how there was no malicious intent to kill Mr. Elliot Stevens on the part of Mr. Anderson. And you're going to see how that intent to kill never existed, and it was not deliberate, and it was not premeditated. You are also going to hear another charge being brought against Mr. Anderson, that of robbery. Again, because we have two completely separate stories, you're going to see how Mr. Elliot Stevens was not robbed by Mr. Anderson, was not have the infliction of violence upon his person by Mr. Anderson. The violence did occur that night. It was not inflicted by Mr. Anderson. Now, we have to talk a little bit about the burden of proof. Beyond a reasonable doubt, this is the highest burden in our land. And it is that high for a reason, because we believe that people are innocent until proven guilty. It is very difficult to overcome this burden, and this is a burden that the prosecution holds. This is something that we as the defense and Mr. Anderson does not hold. He does not have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he didn't do it. The prosecution has to prove that there is no reasonable doubt that he did it. And you are going to see testimony of both Avery Anderson, from Robin Grayson, from Sergeant Camacho, and from Mr. Ballinger, that there was reasonable doubt scattered throughout the evening of January 20th, 2020. But at the end of the day, you members of the jury, you are in charge of evaluating that evidence. And you are the sole determiners of whether that evidence is credible and whether it is reasonable. We trust that at the end of this trial, you will be able to look at that verdict sheet that is going to ask you whether or not Mr. Anderson was guilty. You'll be able to say that he is not guilty of either first-degree murder or robbery.
All right, state call your first witness.
Your Honor, at this time, we call Sergeant Terry Camacho to the stand.
Sergeant, you previously sworn. Is Goodman Hernandez going to proceed?
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Sergeant Terry Camacho. I work for the
How long have you been working for the Portland Police Department?
I've been a sergeant for about 4 years, since 2019. Before that, for my promotion as sergeant, I was a detective since 2013, so about 10 years or so now.
And how many investigations have you conducted involving gun violence?
I've conducted over 60 investigations involving gun violence.
And what's your educational background?
Before my time in the force, I majored in forensic science at Portland's George Mason University campus. I graduated with honors and received my Bachelor of Science in 2009.
And do you participate in any continuing education?
I've taken over 150 hours in continuing professional seminars on topics including best practices for police officers and forensic analysts in homicide and gun violence. I've also taken 50 hours of continuing professional seminars on gunshot residue test and interpreting ballistics reports.
Sergeant Camacho, can you explain why you were asked to testify today?
Yes, Elliot Stevens was Elliot Stevens was killed at his food truck in Portland in George County. Cosmos Coffee station. And I personally investigated that investigation of Elliot Stevens' death, and I'm here to testify my findings.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to put into the record that the crime was committed in George County.
Yeah, we've heard that testimony. You proceed.
I want to turn to the night that Elliot Stevens was killed. Where were you that evening?
I was at the TPD. It was around 9:10 when I decided to go out, get some coffee for the office before the overnight shift.
Did you drive?
I did not, I walked.
And what happened next?
I heard gunshots coming from the direction of the Cosmos food court, and started walking towards there. Started going towards the location.
And did you see anything?
I did. As I was approaching the direction of the gunshot, I saw an individual with a dark hoodie, dark clothing, dark shoes, running north of 7th Street toward the grocery store side, and they were running away from the shots.
And then what happened?
I began to pursue the individual. I called in for backup and an emergency unit in case there were any injured people at where the shots came from. And I chased him. I screamed at him twice to stop, and then stop toward the police. Eventually, the individual evaded custody, and I called him appropriately.
And who responded to the APB?
Officer Santiago did.
And what happened when Officer Santiago responded?
Officer Santiago had obtained the individual that was matching my description of APB and brought him back to the Cosmos food court.
What was, oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no objection.
And what was that individual's name?
Avery Anderson.
And is that individual in this courtroom today?
He is.
Could you point that individual out for the jury?
It's over there.
Let the record reflect that that the witness is pointing at a gentleman in a colored sweater.
Record will show what?
What happened after Avery Anderson was arrested?
Officer Santiago took him to the police department. I started to investigate the crime scene.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what has been pre-marked as Exhibit D1? Without showing this to the jury, have you seen this before?
I have.
Do you know what it is?
I do.
How do you know what it is?
Because I drafted it.
And what is it?
It is a map of the area vicinity surrounding the Cosmos coffee shop and the food truck and surrounding the streets.
And would you please review the map and let me know if it is a true and accurate depiction of the map that you drew?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, I ask that Exhibit D1 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, D1's admitted.
Does the map show the location of where you were walking when you heard the gunshot?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, may I publish this map to the jury?
Probably there.
Yeah.
Gentlemen of the jury, can you see it? There we go.
And do you think that it would be helpful to demonstrate to the jury your testimony by drawing on the map?
I do believe it would do that.
Your Honor, may the witness step down for the purposes of demonstrating.
Are you using a demonstrative? Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Please step down, sir.
Can you draw on the map with this purple marker the direction that you were walking
Yes.
while explaining it so that
Yes. I was walking west on Blue Hill Drive in the direction of the 7th Street entrance for Cosmos Hospital.
And with this green marker, can you draw on the map where you saw the individual with dark clothing?
The individual I saw was running away from the crime scene towards the grocery store, north on 7th Street. That way.
And for the purposes of allowing the jury to see, would you mind going over that purple one more time? You may take your seat again. Let's turn to the investigation of the crime scene. Where did you start?
I started in the food truck. Well, I actually gone to the crime scene and looked for potential suspects, victims, and I took down all their information in case we needed a sworn statement from them later on. I did get a statement from Ray Ballinger that night, and continued to investigate the crime scene, starting with the food truck.
What, if anything, stood out to you in Ray Ballinger's statement?
Ray Ballinger had said that there was an individual dressed that run towards Lamar Street. Lamar Street that night.
And what was that individual wearing?
He was wearing a gray sweater and shorts. What's we call it, shorts.
And did you investigate that individual?
We did look into the individual. We did conduct an investigation, and after a long investigation, we found no cameras, no other witnesses that had seen that individual.
And at that point of your investigation, what all had you done?
I had interviewed the witnesses, taken a sole statement from Ray Ballinger, started investigating the crime scene, and taped up the crime scene.
And what evidence was found at the scene?
At the scene of the crime in the food truck, there was a 357 round fired round that was covered in blood near the ordering side of the food truck.
And was anything else found?
There was $152 in cash scattered around the food truck, and a Ziploc bag with $8.83 in it.
Was any other evidence found outside of the food truck?
Not that night. There was, but the following day in the afternoon around 4, we had found a pair of gloves that matched the blood of the victim, Elliot Stevens.
So I want to discuss the victim, Elliot Stevens. Did you review the autopsy report in this case?
I did visit the medical examiner the next day.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach this witness with what has been stipulated into, it is and admitted, Exhibit A, the autopsy report. Would you mind reading that first sentence under summary for the jury?
Yes. Cause of death is a bullet wound to the chest. .357 caliber bullet entered the chest at an upward trajectory between the second and third ribs on the victim's left side.
Did you learn anything else about Elliot Stevens?
I did learn that Elliot Stevens was at the time dating Andy Anderson, who is the ex-wife of Avery Anderson.
So I want to talk a little bit more about Avery Anderson. Did you conduct a background? Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me back up. Did you find anything on Avery Anderson's person that night?
Avery Anderson was carrying a backpack on him that night.
And what was in that backpack?
In that backpack, there was cash in the amount of $2,029. 400 of that cash was bundled up, and the rest was not bundled up around inside the backpack, not bundled up. He also had a Smith & Wesson revolver on him, with an empty casing on it.
Were there any bullets in that revolver?
There were 3 bullets and 1 empty casing.
And what size were the bullets in that revolver?
They were .357 caliber.
And can you just explain what it means when there's an empty casing in a gun?
Yes, in this case, it was a Smith & Wesson revolver, in which an empty casing would signify that the shot was fired at least once, since there was only 1 casing. It was shot at least once after it was loaded. So, but there were 3 bullets that were not shot yet.
Is there anything specific about a revolver that would be significant to the casing?
Yes, because it is a revolver, the empty casing signifies that it was shot and it did stay. When you shoot a shot from a revolver, the casing stays, but the bullet is fired, and you would have to manually take out the casing in order to remove that casing from the revolver.
Was anything else found on Avery Anderson's person?
He had a wallet. There was around $17 on it.
And did you do any gunshot residue testing that day?
We did. We had found that Avery Anderson had gunshot residue in his clothing in the wrist area.
And what did you understand this gunshot residue to mean?
The amount of gunshot residue that was in the wrist area, we'd come to the conclusion that Avery Anderson had shot a weapon within around 5 hours of when we conducted the exam. And for instance, if the if Avery had shot, or the firearm was shot maybe 12 hours beforehand, there would be a significantly less amount of gunshot residue in that exam.
So I'd like to get into the interview with Avery Anderson. Who conducted that interview?
I did.
And what was Avery Anderson wearing that night?
Avery Anderson was wearing dark clothing, dark shoes, and dark pants.
And the person that was running down 7th Street, what was he wearing?
He was wearing dark pants and he was wearing dark clothing.
And what was Avery Anderson's explanation for the money in his backpack?
Avery Anderson had explained that the money was his and that he had been collecting money over time working in an ice cream shop. That was his money.
What else did you discover about Avery Anderson's financial situation?
I discovered that Avery Anderson has been struggling financially due to a divorce he had, and where he lost his job and he had a divorce. He was working in an ice cream shop to make ends meet, and he was struggling.
Did Avery Anderson say that he knew the victim, Elliot Stevens?
Avery Anderson hesitated at first when I asked him. He took some time to answer it. Eventually, he had said that he did know Elliot Stevens.
And did he say anything else that stood out to you?
Yes. So Elliot Stevens had told me that he'd found out from his ex-sister-in-law that he was dating. Avery Anderson had told me that his ex-sister-in-law told me that Andy, his wife, was dating Elliot Stevens. He seemed very angry and upset, and he even said, came to say that he was upset because his bitch of an ex-wife had him pretend that his sister Sarah isn't family anymore, as if his sister Sarah wasn't family.
I pass witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Oh, and may we preserve our exhibit?
Yes. Counselor, do you want to reserve?
Sergeant Camacho, on the evening of January 20th, 2020, you were walking down Blue Hill Drive, correct? And you were going towards 7th Street, right?
I was going towards the 7th Street entrance. That's correct.
And you heard the gunshot go off, right?
I did.
And then you saw someone running up 7th Street, right?
Yes, away from the gunshot.
And you chased this person, right?
I did.
But you were not able to catch that person, correct? You did call for backup, right? And this backup was Officer Santiago?
It was the police department in general. But on APB and Officer Chicago was one.
And the backup that responded to your call picked up who you later found out was Avery Anderson a few blocks away, correct?
Can't say exact how many blocks away, but it was north of where I was chasing him.
Would it help if I was able to refresh your memory? May I see page 16? And, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Ma'am.
For the court and opposing counsel's convenience, I'll be on page 16. And I will be on line 20. If you could just read that silently and just let me know whenever you finish reading through that. Sergeant Camacho, you picked the APB that responded to your call picked who you later found out to be Avery Anderson up a few blocks away, correct?
Yes, it was the 2 blocks away from where it could be more. I'm not too sure about that.
Now, the person who brought Avery Anderson back to the food court, they arrived back at the food court around 9:32, correct?
Yes, it was.
And at which point you promptly arrested Avery Anderson, correct?
Correct. He matched. Seemed to match the person I was chasing.
And at that point, Avery Anderson was immediately taken back to the police station, correct?
Correct.
And that was around 9:35.
Around there at that time.
Now, you didn't get back to the police station that evening until around 2:20 a.m., correct?
Correct. That was one.
And this was because you were finishing up the investigation at the scene of the crime, correct?
Right.
Now, you performed gunshot residue tests on Avery Anderson when you got back to the station, right?
I did.
And these residue tests are time sensitive, are they not?
Depending on the situation.
In order to perform a gunshot residue test on the hands, on skin,
Right.
you need to test before 4 to 6 hours have passed, correct?
Yes, around 4 to 6 hours, it started to be more shaky, or as reliable as if it was before 4 hours.
5 hours have passed since Avery Anderson was taken back to the police station, and between that time and when you saw him, correct?
Correct.
And 5 hours is within the 4 to 6 hour window, correct?
If it was before that window, it would be more reliable. That's when it starts to get much reliable. Correct. That 4 to 6 hour window.
So just to make sure that we're very clear, that 5 hours is within the 4 to 6 hour range, correct?
Correct.
Now, you take your job very seriously,
I do.
and the state of Masonia requires that people who conduct gunshot residue tests be certified, correct?
Correct.
And you are certified in this. And you were the only person at that time who was certified at that station to perform these tests, correct?
Correct.
And because you were not at the police station earlier, you could not have run those tests on Avery Anderson prior, could you?
Correct.
You did not run any tests on Avery Anderson's hands to see if there was any gunshot residue powder with you.
No, by that time it would be an unreliable, not as reliable as if it was between that, below that 4-hour period.
You chose to not perform that test because you believed it would be inconclusive, correct?
I did not believe it would be inconclusive, I just didn't believe it would be as reliable as if it would have been done 2 hours after the rest of the crime, or 3 hours or 4 hours.
And just to make sure we are clear, you did perform a gunshot residue test on Avery Anderson's clothing, correct?
I did. Gunshot residue lasts longer in clothing than it does on the skin.
Now, you also interviewed Avery Anderson, didn't you?
I did.
And in this interview, Avery Anderson told you that he had been at a gun range that evening, earlier that day, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm asking what Sergeant was personally, what he personally knows about that conversation.
Okay, but that's your say, so what's your response to your say? What exception or exclusion do you have? No, just confirm.
Yes, please.
There you go. All right, Ms. Simpkins, what do you got?
I will pass on that line of questioning for now, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Now, I'd like to move on to the next day as part of your investigation. You mentioned earlier that your team found a pair of gloves, correct?
Correct.
These gloves were found in a river, correct? This was found in the Tortlandia River, correct?
I believe it was.
These gloves have been washed up downstream from just downstream from from where Cosmos Coffee was located, correct?
It was.
And these gloves had the blood of Elliot Stevens on them, right?
Tried to test it for that.
Now, you also found something else there that day, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach constructively?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I anticipate that the opposing counsel is going to bring up something about the gun that was MIL'd out earlier. And I just want to make sure that that's not the case.
Is that where you're going with this?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm trying to lay the foundations to show that this gun is in fact extremely relevant because it was found within the span of 2 hours after these bloody gloves were found washed up within a relatively short distance of each other. On the
Fine,
side,
relatively short distance.
as in just a little bit further upstream. They'd been washed up on the banks, found within the same 2 hour span. And it so happened to fire the same .357 caliber bullets that were found to have been in Elliot Stevens' body.
This one is gonna be able to testify about about that gun and whether or not it factored into any decision he made.
Yes, Your Honor, because he used it he considered it as part of the initial investigation before eventually ruling it out. We believe that this ruling out was irresponsible of his investigation technique, and it should have been kept in to be considered as a plausible alternative to the reason why Avery Anderson was finally accused.
Response.
Your Honor, this was rolled out. He did investigate the gun, and he already discussed earlier that there was a spent casing in one gun and not in this one. So that was relevant to his conclusion.
So are you using this evidence to potentially attack this witness's investigation of this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Reverse my motion, I'm gonna allow it in. You may proceed. You're back in front of the jury.
Sergeant Camacho, you found something else in that river that day besides just the gloves, correct?
We did.
And you happened to find another gun in that river, didn't you?
Ruger revolver.
And that gun was washed up just a little ways upstream from where you found the bloody gloves, correct?
It was north of from the wood.
You ran tests on this gun, correct?
We did one test on this gun.
And you did find that the bullets within this gun were a .357 caliber bullet, correct?
This was a .357 caliber bullet.
And there was one empty bullet in the chamber, correct?
Correct, there was an empty, there was no bullet in the chamber, no casing. Just some bullets with some empty chambers.
And though you ran some testing on this gun, you did not find any fingerprints on this gun, did you?
The test came back inconclusive. It was by the river, so I wouldn't have expected any fingerprints on the gun after being in the river.
Sergeant Camacho, when someone handles an object with gloves, the fingerprints do not then transfer to that object, correct?
They do not.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness
With what?
with what has been pre-marked as Exhibit F? Okay. Sergeant Camacho, if you could just look at this without saying explicitly what it is, but do you recognize what is in this exhibit?
I do.
How is it that you recognize that what is in there?
This is the revolver that we found on the river that day.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of that revolver that you found that day on the river?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would like to move to enter Exhibit F into evidence.
Your Honor, my objections are subject to the motion when they requested, so.
Exhibit F will be admitted.
Sergeant Camacho, what color is the gun that you found on the river?
Appears to be black, darker shade color. It's a gray revolver chamber.
And sorry, Your Honor, may I approach the witness once more with what had been pre-marked with as exhibit? What has been pre-marked with exhibit H?
Okay.
Sergeant Camacho, without explicitly stating what is in that image, what do you recognize what that image is of?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize that image?
This is the Smith & Wesson that was found in Avery's bag at that night. Death of Avery Stevens.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of the gun that was found in Avery Anderson's backpack?
It is.
Your Honor, at this moment, we would like to move to enter exhibit H into evidence.
Any objection to H?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, H is admitted.
Sergeant Camacho, Avery Anderson, the gun that you found in Avery Anderson's backpack is brown, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The picture is in black and white. So but we don't even know what color either object
Oh,
is.
either. You will remember what he recalls seeing at the time.
I remember it was a darker, I mean, it was.
I'm gonna allow the objections overruled. Regardless of what the picture, what color the picture is.
Your Honor, if it helps, I do have a colored image of the photo.
Right, show it to him.
And can you show?
I'm showing the opposing
Yes, I will
counsel
show
as a, what you are showing him is an accurate depiction of what it should be.
Yes, it is, the handle is brown and it's chrome black.
Sergeant Camacho, the test that you ran on the gun that you found in the river, you deemed to be inconclusive, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, you deemed that the gun was irrelevant to your investigation, correct?
Not solely because of the exam. It was also because there was no spent casing on that revolver. It was just missing bullets. So.
Sergeant Camacho, you deemed because of when you compared Avery Anderson's gun to the gun that you found in the river, you found that the gun in the river was deemed irrelevant, correct?
Yes, it was deemed inconclusive to the crime scene. Or the crime.
It was deemed inconclusive, and you eventually deemed it irrelevant to the crime, correct?
Yes, but it was not solely because of the exam. It was. I did deem it irrelevant to the case.
That's the question of the time, Your Honor, as a witness.
All right, you redirect.
Redirect.
All right, we'll proceed.
Sergeant Camacho, why did you find that the Ruger LCR was unrelated to the robbery and to the murder of Elliot Stevens?
Yes, aside from it being inconclusive, the Ruger revolver was missing bullets in it, but there was no spent casing on it. For signifying that the firearm or the Ruger was not, most likely not fired after it was last loaded. It was also by the river. A lot of people dump guns in the river. It's not an uncommon way to get rid of guns. And, so between those different factors, I think the gun was irrelevant to this specific crime.
And what was found in the gun that was on Avery and Anderson's, or that was in his backpack?
Avery Anderson had 3 bullets in there and 1 spent casing. To me, this signified that Avery Anderson had shot the firearm at least once after he loaded, his last time that he loaded the gun.
And I do want to talk about the gun that you found on Avery Anderson. Was it totally brown?
It was not.
What color was it?
It was a brown handle with it's chrome black. It's black and brown.
Pass witness, Your Honor.
All right, I believe that we have recrossed this jurisdiction, is that right? All right, so is there any need for recross?
No, Your Honor.
This witness be, may this witness be allowed to step down? Ms. Pigman Hernandez, may this witness be allowed to step down?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
All right. State calling this witness.
The state calls Mr. Ray Ballinger to the stand.
You've been previously sworn in, Ms. Marinkovic, you may proceed.
Mr. Ballinger. Do you need a moment, Mr. Ballinger? Can you please introduce yourself to the jury, your full name?
I am Ray Ballinger.
Mr. Ballinger, where do you live?
I live in George County.
And what is your occupation?
I'm an accountant.
How is it that you know Elliot Stevens?
Elliot and I were good friends and we knew each other. We go a long way back. When he started his food truck business, I offered to help him with his finances.
Now I know that this is a hard subject for you, but I would like to talk about the night Elliot was shot. Where were you the night your friend was shot?
I was at the Cosmo Coffee Food Court where Elliot had his food truck.
And why were you there that evening?
It was a Monday night, which is the day that Elliot and I would always go over his financials, so I was just doing business as usual.
How did you realize Elliot had been shot?
Well, I heard a gunshot, and so I went and ran over to check if Elliot was okay. By the time I got in, he was already on the ground. He was bleeding. There was just blood everywhere. I called 911, started applying pressure to his wound. The paramedics came, but they did their best, but I could tell it was going to be too late.
Let's back up. Where were you exactly when you heard the gunshot?
At the time of the gunshot, I was at my car.
Why were you at your car?
It was near the end of the day, so I was helping Elliot sort of pack up. So I was grabbing boxes from the food truck and moving it to my car.
From your car, could you see the food truck?
I could see the front of the food truck. I couldn't see inside the food truck.
Did you notice any people that day?
Yeah, there were two people. Yes, there were two other individuals other than me and Elliot in the food court.
After the shot, were the individuals still by the food truck?
By the time I saw them, they were already running. One individual ran to the right up towards 7th Street, and then another individual went to the left exit towards Lamar Street.
Let's talk about your relationship with Elliot. How long have you been friends?
I mean, Elliot and I, many years, I couldn't tell exactly, but we go way back, way before even he started his food truck business.
And how was it that you got involved in helping him with his finances?
Well, I heard that Elliot was starting his food truck business, so shortly after I sort of just wanted to see how it was going. And I noticed that he was sort of, a little bit of a mess with his financials, so I decided that if I'm an accountant, I should just help my friend.
What do you mean by he was a mess with his financials?
Well, he, would keep his receipts in a shoebox, and he had a lot of different revenue streams that he wasn't really keeping track of. And in terms of like keeping his cash, how he did that, it was sort of like a mess. I always recommended that he would get a cash register, but I think he was just sort of stuck in his ways, so it was just kept it.
So he didn't keep it in a cash register. Where did he keep his cash?
He had a Ziploc bag. He just sort of just put money in there throughout the day.
Was that Ziploc bag there that day?
Yeah, I mean, it would always be there. He always just kept it.
Could you estimate how much was in that Ziploc bag by the time of the shooting?
I could not tell you the exact amount, but I know I recently tallied and it was around $1,800.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with Exhibit J?
You may.
Mr. Ballinger, without saying anything, can you say? I show you what has been pre-marked as Exhibit J. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is a spreadsheet that I use to help maintain Elliot's finances that I gave to detectives.
And how do you know what it is?
I made it and I recognize the formats and yeah, how it's laid out.
Is this a true and correct copy of the spreadsheet that you created?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to publish this to the jury.
Like to move to admit it?
Admit it, right? Yes.
Certainly.
Yes, please.
Any objection, Mr. Null?
Yes, just hearsay grounds, Your Honor.
Any response to hearsay?
This is a business record, and it was created by the person we have here today who can testify to its accuracy.
Do you agree that she's laid the foundation for a business record, Mr. Null?
I may agree for the fact that this is involved with business, Your Honor. However, I will contend the fact that we don't know exactly how this was made. That for all we know, this could have been a group document where people could have edited it and made their own
I
edits.
think he testified that he made it, so.
Yes,
I mean,
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. He did testify that he made it, but I still contend that.
How does that not go to the weight, not the admissibility? And his testimony is what it is. You can cross him on that.
Stood, Your Honor.
Okay, so let me go back to my first question. Do you think he's met the foundation for a business record exception?
Will not contend the fact that for that exception.
All right, it'll be admitted.
Mr. Ballinger, can you tell me how much cash was deposited Monday, January 6th, 2020?
$1,820.67.
Now can you tell me how much cash was deposited for Elliot Stevens on January 13th, 2020?
$1,763.45.
Thank you. Now can you please tell me how much was deposited January 20th, 2020?
No, I cannot.
Why is that, Mr. Ballinger?
It is blank because that was the day that Elliot was shot.
Pass my notes.
Now, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. May I proceed, Your Honor?
May
Good evening, Mr. Ballinger. You said earlier on direct that you were over at your car at the time that you heard the shooting, right?
That's correct.
And so you weren't watching the food truck at the time of the shooting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you don't know who pulled the trigger, right?
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Ballinger, there were two people that you mentioned fled the scene from the food truck, right?
That's correct.
You saw a figure in dark clothes, true?
That's correct.
And you also saw an individual wearing a gray hoodie and shorts.
That is correct.
So you saw one of these individuals at the window of the food truck, right?
At what time?
At the time before you started loading those boxes into your truck, you saw one individual, before the shooting, you saw one individual at the window of the truck.
I don't own a truck.
No, the food truck, not your car.
I saw them when I was at the food truck, correct?
Mr. Ballinger, I'm asking you, when you were at your car, did you see an individual at the food truck window?
That is incorrect.
Have you ever stated differently?
No.
You have never stated that an individual was at the food truck window?
I did, but that was not when I was at my car.
Do you remember giving a sworn interview with one Sergeant Terry Camacho?
Yes, I do.
And in the sworn interview, at the bottom of the document, you had to sign that it was that the foregoing statement was both complete and true.
That is correct.
And you sat down in there and you gave testimony in that interview.
That is correct.
And yet, here in court today, you say during that interview, you did not mention anything regarding seeing an individual at the window of the food truck.
I did, but not when I was at my car. That was when I was at the food truck.
So your testimony here today is you didn't see an individual at the window of the food truck when you were in your car.
That is correct.
Your Honor, may I please have a moment? Just as
May
So let's talk about what you saw at the food truck.
Okay.
I'm at Your Honor, recommending permission to approach this witness. Counsel, page 20, line 21. And could you please read for the jury what you said?
Well, like I said, I was at my car when I took that, the shot went off, so I wasn't gonna
Your
watch
Honor, objection, he didn't give the witness opportunity to refresh their memory before responding.
It's an impeachment. He doesn't have to give him an opportunity to refresh the recollection.
Keep going, Mr. Ballinger.
But I remember before I took that box out, I looked around and saw a guy ordering food from the food truck and then some other guys standing around. Would you like me to continue?
No, that's perfectly fine, Mr. Ballinger. So during that interview, you stated when you were taking that box out to your car, you saw a man at the window, didn't you?
Before I took the box out, correct?
No.
Actually, that's what he said before I took the box out, so.
You looked around and you saw a man at the window.
Yeah, correct. I'm taking boxes from the food truck to my car, so I saw them before I took the box out, which was when I was currently in the food truck.
You saw a man at the window ordering food.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And for this individual that was ordering food, that was a man wearing jorts, right?
Yes.
He was also wearing a gray swirly hoodie, right?
Gray sweatshirt,
Your heart was, sorry, let me backtrack. This was the only individual at the window of the food truck at the time, right?
Immediately towards the window, yes. There was another individual, maybe like a few steps back, but not directly at the window.
But yes, that individual was the only one at the window, the one with jorts, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And at the time, Mr. Ballinger, you had a huge spike in your heart rate at the time you heard this gunshot, right?
Yeah, at 9:22, I remember I have like a fitness watch, and I just remember having a high heart rate at 9:22.
You were very stressed at the time, weren't you?
When it was a gunshot. Yeah, I was stressed.
This was a very disorienting experience, wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't say disorienting, startling, but not disorienting. I think during that time, you sort of have a sort of fight or flight instinct, and you sort of can figure out the situation.
Right. You had to go back to your instincts in that situation, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Ballinger, you didn't see any cash get stolen, right?
No.
You didn't see anyone run off with cash, right?
No, I didn't see anyone run off with cash, no.
Speaking of cash, let's get to that point a little bit. So you managed Elliot Stevens's finances for him, right?
Yeah, I would help him.
You said he was a bit of a mess in managing his money.
Yeah, keeping track of what revenue stream came from what.
Right. And you didn't, so if anyone would have known the cash in his truck, it would have been you. Right?
I would not know the exact amount, but I would know approximately. I think the Ziploc bag was relatively visible. You wouldn't be able to guess the exact amount, but I'm pretty sure a stranger looking at the bag would be able to guess that's a decent amount of money.
Just to clarify for the jury, so if anyone would have had knowledge of the cash, the amount of cash in that truck, it would have been you.
I'm one of the people that could have known.
You mentioned earlier that Elliot Stevens was a mess with cash, right?
Yeah, he didn't keep, I would say, as good of a track of it as he probably should have.
You were the one tracking his cash for him, right? And spreadsheets and stuff like that you
Yeah.
mentioned earlier?
I helped him count the cash.
So you would have had that knowledge, right?
I would know how much money is in the bag.
Okay, and yet after the shooting, you didn't tell the police anything about money having been stolen, right?
At the time, I didn't care how much money was in the bag. I just cared what happened to Elliot. He went to the hospital, so I had no idea what his care was. That was my main focus.
Yes, but yes or no, you didn't tell anyone about money having been stolen at the time, right?
No, I think the police already knew that.
And in fact, you didn't even check after the fact if money had been stolen, did you?
Well, I assume since the bag, there was.
Your Honor, I think there is no relevance to show whether Ray went back to check for the money.
Ma'am,
One of the charges that the state is bringing in this case is robbery. I believe talking about money is extremely important in this case.
objection to rule.
So to reiterate, after this incident, you did not go back and check if money had been stolen. Did you?
Well, there was cash everywhere, so I just did not check.
Yes or no, Mr. Ballinger? You didn't check afterwards, after the incident, if money had been stolen, right?
No, I did not. even
Your
check.
Honor, I think it has been asked and answered.
Yeah, it has been, move on.
Move on here. And Mr. Ballinger, you don't know Avery Anderson personally, right?
That's correct.
And you never met Andy Anderson in person, did you?
I don't believe so.
So all you knew about either Avery Anderson or Andy Anderson, you heard from Elliot Stevens, right?
That's correct. I just heard them in conversations, never met them.
Or for the fifth question to this witness, all right?
Need to read it?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
With what?
Well, actually, may the witness step down to create a demonstrative on the board? Or, apologies, may I step down to create a demonstrative on the board?
Demonstrative of what? You have to lay a foundation for a demonstrative. So what are you going to do a demonstrative of?
I would like to clarify where the witness was at the time of the gunshot, because there seemed to have been some confusion.
Okay. You want to create a demonstrative of. Okay, you have to lay a foundation before you can use demonstrative, so lay that foundation, we'll talk about.
May I
all
have
that.
1 moment to confer with my co-counsel?
Certainly.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you remember where you were when you heard the gunshot?
Yes, I do. I was by my car.
Do you think it would be helpful for you to draw it out for the jury?
Yeah, I think it might help clarify where the events occurred.
Your Honor, may the witness please create a demonstrative for the jury?
Objection?
Your Honor, this witness just testified on cross-examination that it was a very stressful situation, his heart rate was spiked. We don't know anything about the reliability of his testimony based off of his experiences from that night.
Hey, still talk about where he was. Alright, objection to overruled, you can sit down.
Mr. Ballinger, would you please go to the board for us? And, okay. Can you please draw a representation, obviously it's not completely accurate, but of the scene and yourself in relation to the scene?
Yes. So if we imagine this is the food truck, my car is probably over here in the corner. I would guess maybe this distance is about 50 feet, I would say.
At the time of the gunshot, you were at your car.
That is correct.
Mr. Ballinger, where were you looking when you heard the gunshot?
I was looking at my car at that time.
Let's back up one more time. What were you doing? Why were you going from the truck to the car?
At the truck, there were boxes, and I was helping Elliot pack up, so I was taking boxes from the truck to my car.
When you were taking the boxes from the truck, before you got to the car, did you see anyone by the truck?
Yes, that was the time where I saw one person standing at the window and one person standing further back, looking like either ordering or looking at the menu. Or sorry, or they were waiting for food or looking at the menu.
So there were two people at the truck. You have your boxes in your hands. And where do you walk?
At that time, I see these two individuals, then I am walking to my car with the boxes.
And then you hear the gunshot go off.
I just finished putting the boxes into my car, I closed the door, and that was approximately the time when I heard gunshots. So at the time I was looking at my car.
Were you looking at the truck at the time of the gunshot?
No, I was not.
After you heard the gunshot, did you see the two people?
I saw them fleeing at the time. One was running to the right and one to the left.
Your Honor, may the witness use our previous demonstrative to indicate where the two individuals went, which direction?
Sir?
Can you please indicate where the man in the jorts ran? Which direction did he run?
The person wearing jorts ran towards Lamar Street, so to this direction.
And where did the person wearing the dark clothes run after the gunshot went off?
That individual ran towards 7th Street, so this direction.
Can you please tell us what time the gunshot went off?
That time was 9:22, which is the time that my heart rate went up. So 9:22. Just before the gunshot went off, I checked my phone and the time was 9:21. So 9:21, but I would believe 9:22 is better.
Thank you. May I please preserve this exhibit?
Right, we'll preserve it as demonstrative 2. Prosecution's demonstrative 2. Is there anything further with this witness?
May I please publish this demonstrative to the jury?
We've already seen it, they made it run from them. Is there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, due to the extensive amount of additional information that came out on redirect, is there any recross? Court will permit it.
No recross, Your Honor.
Okay. Is witness B allowed to step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you step down. Say, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, at this time, the prosecution must.
My understanding, you've asked for a recess, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And by my watch, and the clock on the wall, it's 3:23, so 3:30. Great. That's why 3:30.
Yes, 1 second, I'm calculating. Oh, no problem. All right. Where did prosecution go? Oh, well. Defense, you have used 29 minutes and 38 seconds, so you have 40 minutes and
Something on
20
seconds.
something seconds.
Thank you. How much time has the prosecution used?
They've used 37 minutes.
Thank you. Something like that.
Need anything upstairs, Judge?
Got on my own.
All right.
Well, should we wait till they get back?
Just make sure you're right.
Yeah, it is. Cool.
Mr. Anderson and Mr. Grayson. Yeah. I just hope they don't argue with me over the difference between duck and crouch.
We got 6 viewers on the stream.
I'm 4 of them.
Okay, I guess I'm also one.
Well,
6 apparently.
6 people.
Okay.
but we're 2 of them.
Thanks for having me.
Bye guys.
Bye. Less pressure, less people watching.
These are 2.
It's gonna rain.
It was supposed to rain all day.
Yeah.
It
Kind of
says
hoping it was.
It says it's gonna rain.
I'd be mad if I wore a hoodie and it didn't rain.
A gray hoodie.
Yeah, with swirlies on it.
Yeah. And you have jeans on, you just cut them off.
We've used up about 31 minutes. So we have like, yeah.
I feel like our directs are fairly short.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You've used 37 minutes.
Okay.
Okay,
You have 32.
okay. Oh,
Okay.
Just for reference, how much is the defense used?
They've used 29, so they have 10 minutes.
That checks out.
Really silent room.
You want another bag?
3. You're allowing the 6 people watching us to just hear every single.
Here, let's see. Crumble up the bag. I want to see if you can hear it.
Really silent room.
You want another bag?
They're gonna get feedback on the screen. They hear it coming out of your laptop.
Well, they would have already. They're gonna get the feedback for sure already because of the delay.
You just like upping the experience.
Oh, we're laughing.
Raiders?
To a nervous laugh.
Nothing about MLB over there.
Who's talking about baseball?
There.
They are.
I heard Rangers and Nationals.
Oh, yeah, they would have said so.
Get wrecked.
What's this sound like?
The Astros hired a new coach.
Random.
Well, they had to.
Yeah, it was internally.
Okay.
Manager. It was Joe Espada.
He's
Great guy.
young coach.
He had been considered before. When we hired Dusty, he was also one of the front runners. And he'd been like interviewed, like he got offers last year for other places, but he decided to stay here. Jimbo Fisher era is over.
It's over.
That's crazy.
I mean, it should have been over like 3 years ago.
It did go against one round of merger, but I think
No, 3 years ago he won the Orange Bowl.
They were 9-1, you're right, but come on,
Yeah.
the writing was on the wall.
it was very
Bengals lost.
Crazy. Crazy. CJ Stroud is him. Another what, 5'4"?
Yeah.
Insane. They're gonna make it to the playoffs.
All right, we ready to proceed? Is there anything we need to take out before we move into the defense case and chief?
I think you're missing a jury, Judge.
Oh, we are missing a juror. Dang. Sneaky. I'm sure that happens a lot. Jurors wander off.
You ever had a juror just not show up for day 2 of a trial?
Yes,
Write very clearly.
we did one.
Yeah, you
Literally, constable had to call her boss.
Oh.
Then she realized, oh, we were serious about it. By then, we'd already gone back in the trial, so I literally made her sit there in the corner during the rest of the trial. She ultimately did not get to deliberate. But I made her show up anyway and stay, because they'd already made a decision to go with 11.
Better than going to jail.
Definitely better than jail. And those are your options.
Texans won, anyone was.
What?
The Texans won.
Hooray!
They're doing good.
Go Cowboys.
Final score?
30-27.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
You play for first place next week.
It's a bang.
That's a decent.
Uh-oh.
That's my friend.
Texans actually played, they played the Bengals, right?
Huh?
The Texans played the Bengals?
Yeah.
I heard it's something about CJ Stroud, so it's like.
All right, looks like we finally have the wayward juror back. Is there any matter we need to take out before we move into the defense case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, because the prosecution has rested their case, we would like to move for a directed verdict on the ground that they have not met their burden of proof, as, you know, their burden of proof is beyond reasonable doubt.
We need a
because-
judgment as a matter of law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judgment of acquittal, actually, it's a criminal case. Judgment of acquittal is a matter of law, right?
Yes, Your
On
Honor.
what elements do you feel that they have not met their burden of proof?
Yes, Your Honor. So in terms of showing that Avery Anderson actually killed Elliot Stevens, we believe we have brought multiple pieces of evidence, including the gloves and the gun found in the river that was admitted into evidence, showing that someone else could have committed this crime. We believe because of this, that this has not been shown beyond a reasonable doubt.
What about the gloves and the other evidence show that it was not him?
Not specifically that it was not certain, it certainly was not him, Your Honor, it's just that this creates reasonable doubt in this case, because this gun was not conclusively determined through fingerprint analysis, and the fact that this gun is an element in this case that we now have to consider, the prosecution's burden of proof cannot be met, because this is a element of reasonable doubt that do it.
Shouldn't I go to the jury to make a determination as to how much weight to give that evidence?
Your Honor, we contend that this piece of evidence in and of itself is a piece of doubt creation. Now, the jury can perhaps weigh.
Well, but their standard is not to, they don't have to meet their burden of proof right here, they just have had to provide some evidence on every element. So which element do you contend that they did not provide any evidence of?
Your
Because
Honor,
any evidence on any element then goes to a jury for a jury to determine how much weight to give that evidence. So for your judgment of acquittal as a matter of law, what element are you saying that they provided no evidence of? Not contested evidence,
Yes.
but no evidence of?
yes, Your Honor, we would also like to, one element that we would like to provide no evidence of is the fact that there was no actual malice proven in their case. There was no premeditation to kill Elliot Stevens shown through the evidence that the prosecution's put on to kill Elliot Elliot Stevens. There's no indication of premeditation on the part of the defendant or anyone for that matter.
Response?
Yes, Your Honor, we completely disagree because as you know, the standard is that if even the slightest amount of evidence has been presented, then this motion must be denied. And in this case, we did show that Elliot Stevens was dating Mr. Avery Anderson's ex-wife, and that's enough for motive. That's enough for premeditation as well, because he did have this knowledge ahead of time.
I mean, how is that not some evidence to go to a jury?
I would actually agree with that, Your Honor.
Sorry?
I strike down I withdraw my objection.
What?
My motion.
The judgment, the motion for judgment of acquittal is a matter of law is denied. Back in front of the jury, defense calling first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, the defense would like to call Avery Anderson to the stand.
All right, Mr. Anderson, you're under oath. Mr. Nally, you may proceed.
Good evening. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Avery Anderson.
And Mr. Anderson, why are you here in court today?
I'm here because I was wrongly accused of murdering and robbing Elliot Stevens.
And Mr. Anderson, did you kill or rob Elliot Stevens?
I did neither of those things. Absolutely not.
Let's talk to the court a little bit about what you do. So, Mr. Anderson, what is it that you do for a living, or did for a living before the incidents that happened in this case?
So I've been working at an ice cream shop for a pretty long time, since my divorce.
And what was the nature of the amount of cash you had earned from working that job?
Yeah, so I basically just made minimum wage. And I've been saving up tips for a while in order to buy a car. I had saved up about $1,600 over the course of a year, so that I could purchase a car for my friend Maddie.
Okay, Avery, I'd like to turn your attention to the events of January 20th, 2020. What were you doing that day? What were your plans?
Well, my plan was to go buy the car from Maddie. I had just gotten a job offer for human resources at a different company, and the thing was I needed a car to be able to go to that job. So my plan was to buy a car that day.
And just to clarify for the jury, who was it that you said you were planning on buying the car from?
It was my friend Maddie. We had agreed on a $2,000 cash transaction for the car.
Was it someone named Maddie or someone named something else?
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't Maddie. It was my friend Robin.
And Avery, about this transaction you plan to make with your friend Robin Grayson, why is it that you wanted to buy a car?
Yeah, I wanted to buy the car so that I could get to my job, my new job, which I had just been offered.
And what was the job that you had just been offered?
It was human resources.
How would you describe this new job that you got offered in terms of how you perceived it?
It was definitely going to be an upgrade from my time at the ice cream store. You know, it was like a pivotal moment in my life.
And that day, January 20th, 2020, what were your plans to buy the car that day?
So I had said I had $1,600 that I saved up in tips, but the car was a $2,000 purchase. So I had to go to the bank that morning to withdraw the $400 I needed to have $2,000 total.
And just to clarify, what form of money were you going to use to purchase this car with?
It was going to be a cash payment.
And why were you using cash to make this payment?
That's what we agreed on.
What time did you agree to meet to make this transaction?
We were supposed to meet by the grocery store at 9:45 p.m. that evening, since Robin had a previous engagement earlier in the day.
So after withdrawing that money from the bank that you needed, then what did you do?
So after that, I had gone to the grocery store earlier that day around noon, and I also went to the gun range with my friend Maddie, who also worked at the ice cream shop, and we shot a few rounds over there.
And when you shot a few rounds over there, what kind of gun did you use to fire those rounds?
I was using my snub nose Smith & Wesson that I got at a gun show a while back.
And Mr. Anderson, do you remember how many rounds you fired?
I don't remember the exact number. I knew I fired several rounds that day, at least.
Mr. Anderson, let's fast forward a bit to that.
Your Honor, objection. I think the witness has stated a fact that isn't in evidence.
That sounds more like cross-examination, so. I mean, his testimony is evidence. So the objection overruled.
But I believe,
Objections overruled.
I apologize.
So once again, Mr. Anderson, let's fast forward a bit to that evening. When it got close to time you planned to meet Robin at the supermarket parking lot, what did you do?
So I went to the metro at about 8:45 PM that night. And then I got off the metro at about 9:05, and I started walking down Blue Hill Street towards the grocery store.
How well would you say you know the streets that you were going down that night?
I'm pretty familiar with the area. I mean, I'm from the city, and I know where I was that night.
You mentioned you were familiar with the area. How familiar are you with the other places in that area besides the streets?
I'm familiar. I mean, I've been there before, and I was going to the grocery store that night. I knew where it was.
Your Honor, at this time, as a witness, please step down and draw a demonstrative on the board on where he was at that night in relation to the streets, the buildings, where he was going.
Lay a foundation for it. You haven't laid a foundation for it yet.
Mr. Anderson, how well do you remember the direction you were going that night?
Yeah, I remember it clearly. I remember where I was going, and I think it would help the jury if they could see it.
At this time, Your Honor, may the witness please step down.
Yeah, because your witness helped you out there. Yes, he may step down.
Mr. Anderson, if you could just take that blue or whichever marker works up there, I'm not quite sure which one. And could you please just draw the road you were going down from the metro stop to where you were turning?
Yeah, so I was going down the street over here called Blue Hill, and it intersected with
Objection,
7.
Your Honor.
What's the objection?
They're violating the best evidence rule. We already have a map presented in this trial of
Okay.
the same location.
All right, but he's entitled to depict it in his way, is he not? That map was made by your witness, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so why is he not allowed to make his own map? Why does he have to use your witness's map?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, so I was walking down Blue Hill, which intersected with 7th Street. Further up towards the grocery store, and then below the grocery store, further down, was Cosmos. And then below that was a food truck. And to the west was Lamar Street.
Just to clarify, Blue Hill is intersecting with 7th Street. Does it also intersect with Lamar Street? Just to clarify for sure.
Not where I was walking down.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson, you may have this. And let the record reflect the fact that there is an arrow pointing westward on Blue Hill.
What?
Now, just to clarify further, you were moving westward down Blue Hill, then where did you go?
So after I was walking down Blue Hill, I heard a loud bang and I turned right to go up 7th Street.
So where were you in relation to the Cosmos Coffee food court in relation to where you turned on to 7th, according to this signature?
Well, I was walking down Blue Hill, I turned right up 7th, and then as I was walking back down to the grocery store, I was detained, and at that point, I was a few blocks away from the food truck.
Do you remember the name of what do you remember about the name of the officer that detained you?
I think I was detained by an Officer Santiago.
Okay, and after you were detained by Officer Santiago, what did they do with you? Where did they take you?
So I was detained, and then I was taken to the police station where I was asked questions by a Sergeant Camacho.
And what was the nature of these questions that you were asked?
Basically accusing me of doing the crime I didn't know anything about.
What did you do?
I mean, I just, I sat there and got questioned. I was wondering why I was even there in the first place.
Did you have a lawyer with you that night?
I did not have one at the time that I was at the station.
Avery, what did you know about Elliot Stevens before his death?
I didn't personally know who Elliot Stevens was. I just knew that my ex-wife, Andy, had been dating someone named Elliot Stevens, but I didn't actually know this Elliot Stevens.
Let's talk about your ex-wife. How long were you together with your wife before you divorced?
We'd been together for about 13 years before the divorce.
And how did that divorce make you feel?
I mean, it was tough, when you're with someone that long. It was really hard on me.
How was your job situation after the divorce?
I mean, like I said, I lost my job, and then, the divorce happened. And that's when I started working at the ice cream store. And basically, I was just trying to get back on my feet.
So how did you view this opportunity to buy that car from Robin?
I mean, buying the car, getting the job with HR at that other company. I mean, my life was turning around. Like, this was really my chance to start a new life.
What would you do in the nature of fumbling this opportunity, if anything?
I wouldn't have done anything to risk losing what I had.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Before we get moved on, Your Honor, maybe please preserve this demonstrative that Mr. Anderson has put up onto the board.
All right, that'll be preserved as plaintiff's one, or defense one.
Your Honor, may I stand over here?
Sure, stand wherever you want.
Mr. Avery, the police found a gun in your backpack.
Yeah, that's right.
You had that gun in your backpack because you were afraid.
I mean, I was in a dangerous neighborhood.
You were afraid of the dangerous neighborhood,
Yeah,
and you were carrying a lot of cash with you. You said you were afraid because you had a lot of cash.
yeah, I
In your
had
dangerous
about $2,000, maybe a little bit more.
So you have $2,000 in your backpack, and you have a gun in there because you're scared of people robbing you?
Yeah,
Can people see that $2K in your back, that $2,000 cash in your backpack?
I mean, I guess they can't see into my backpack unless it's open.
Mr. Anderson, when you heard the gunshot, you were on Blue Hill Avenue, you were on Blue Hill Avenue.
Yeah, I was on Blue Hill.
When you heard the gunshot, you started running.
Yeah,
Would you please use may the witness use the demonstrative to point out the direction he was running? Your Honor? Correction, may the witness use our demonstrative to point out where he was running?
Well, you have two demonstratives, so which demonstrative would you be referring
The
to?
first one, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Anderson, which direction were you running in when you heard the gunshot?
so I started running down towards Blue Hill Drive, or down west on Blue Hill, and then I turned right to go up 7th Street.
Mr. Anderson, where were you on Blue Hill when you heard the gunshot?
I couldn't give you an exact location. I just started jogging, and then I turned right to go up 7th Street.
You had not yet gotten to the bridge on Blue Hill when you heard the gunshot, correct?
I don't remember the exact location that I was. I just know I started running, and then at some point I had turned right onto 7th Street.
Would you like me to refresh your memory?
Sure.
please read to yourself page 27, lines 9 through 13?
Okay.
Where were you when you heard the gunshot on Blue Hill Avenue?
Yeah, so I had I was just about to cross the bridge and then I started jogging.
Have you previously testified otherwise?
I was walking down Blue Hill, I was about to cross the bridge and I started jogging down Blue Hill.
Mr. Anderson, you were jogging before you got to the bridge on Blue Hill Avenue.
Jogging before I heard the gunshot?
No, when you heard the gunshot, you began to jog. Is this correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You began to jog before you got to. You were jogging.
I was jogging.
Mr. Anderson, you heard the gunshot
Yes.
and you began to run.
Yep.
In which direction did you begin to run?
I started running west.
The food truck is where Elliot Stevens was killed.
Your Honor, objection, speculation. This witness wouldn't know exactly where Elliot Stevens
Yeah,
was.
lay the foundation for
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Anderson. You heard the name Elliot Stevens before you were arrested?
Yeah, I knew of an Elliot Stevens.
You knew of an Elliot Stevens. Elliot Stevens was the boyfriend of your ex-wife.
Apparently, yeah.
Mr. Anderson, when you were arrested, $1,600 of loose cash was found in your backpack.
I mean, I had like 2,000 on me.
400 was from the bank you withdrew that morning.
Yeah, I had $2,000, give or take.
400 was from the bank
Yes, that's right.
that you withdrew at 10 a.m.
Yeah, sometime in the morning.
At noon, you went to the grocery store.
Yep.
May I use the board, Your Honor,
what purpose?
to create a demonstrative?
All right.
At 10 a.m., 10:05, you withdrew $400.
I can't remember the exact time. I know it was
Would
in
you
the
like
morning.
me to refresh your memory?
Sure.
At noon, you went to the grocery store.
Yes, I know that.
At 9:45, you were set to meet with Robin.
Yeah, 9:45 p.m. We were supposed to meet for the car purchase.
8:45 was when you left your home to go meet with Robin.
Yeah, to go to the metro, that's right.
After you went to the gun range, you returned home.
Yes.
We don't know exactly what time,
Yeah, I can't remember the exact time that I went to the gun range. I just knew it was early in the day.
but after you returned home from the gun range, you played video games and you meal prepped.
That's right.
So there's about maybe 9 hours between here and here.
I'm sorry, between when?
Let me rephrase. You were home and then you left at 8:45. You were not in a rush.
Yeah, I was not in a rush, no.
And yet you did not count the tips. You did not put the tips in a The tips in your backpack were not in your wallet.
The money was in my backpack.
The money was not bundled.
I honestly don't remember exactly how I had the money. It was just in my backpack.
The money was not bundled. But the money from the bank was bundled.
I honestly can't remember exactly how I stored it. I just know I put all the money in my backpack.
Would you like me to refresh your memory?
Sure.
Can you please read lines 10 through 14 on page 26?
You said, sorry, say that one more time?
Lines
14?
10 through 15.
10 through 15. Okay.
Your question?
Mr. Anderson, oh, sorry, Your Honor, one question. Mr. Anderson, are you aware, Mr. Anderson, Elliot Stevens is the boyfriend of your ex-wife?
He was.
Thank you.
Okay, President,
President.
redirect?
Just one question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Anderson, did you go to the gun range in the morning?
I went early in the day.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Right.
Mr. Witness, please step down.
Defense counsel calling next witness.
At this time, Your Honor, the defense would like to call Robin Grayson to the stand.
Okay. Ms. Grayson, you've been sworn, Ms. Simpkins, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Robin Grayson. I'm a friend of the defendant, Avery Anderson.
And where do you live, Mr. Grayson?
I live here in Torresland.
And how long have you known how long have you known Mr. Anderson?
Years, as long as I can remember. So long I don't even remember how we met.
Now, I would like to talk a little bit about what happened on January 20th, 2020. Would you please explain just briefly the events that occurred as you recall them that day?
Yeah, it was a pretty normal day for the most part. I remember that that day I had a meeting that was running a little bit. You see, on the West Coast time difference. On the West Coast, the time is different, so they run on a different clock than we do. So I had a meeting that was supposed to end pretty late that day. But no, actually I ended up ending a little bit early. Yeah, the plan for that day, besides that meeting, was to sell a card to my friend Avery.
And would you please explain to the jury why you were going to sell the card to Avery?
Yeah, Avery had just told me that he got a new job, and I knew he was in need of a car, so I offered to sell him my car for around $2,000. From my knowledge, Avery, the job Avery had just got, this new job in HR, was off the metro, so he needed some kind of transportation to get there.
And how much were you planning to sell the car for?
I was gonna sell it to him for $2,000.
And what specifically were your plans in order to meet up with Avery to sell the car?
Yeah, I told him I needed cash. I'm not the biggest truster of our bank system in the United States. Never know what they're doing with your money. I'd rather keep it stuffed under my mattress.
So that evening when you got off your meeting, where did you go next?
Yeah, so the meeting ended up, well, actually, I was supposed to meet Avery at around 9:45 at a grocery store, but the meeting ended a little bit early. So I ended up getting to the grocery store at around 9 p.m. Figuring I was there a little bit early, I remember there's a food truck right next to the grocery store that I really like called a Bite of Bengal. They have these really delicious buttered chicken tacos. So I wanted to go grab one before I meet time with Avery.
So where is this food truck located?
It's located right next to Cosmos Cafe.
And did you actually get to go to that food court area?
I did not get to make it there.
Why did you not make it there?
Well, I was about to turn the corner to head towards the entrance to the Cosmos Cafe parking lot when I heard a gunshot. So I crouched behind a bush around that area to hide. I'm an anxious person. I need to get away.
And did you see anything or see anyone after you decided to duck down?
Yes. While I was ducking down, I saw an individual running away, wearing a gray hoodie with swirls on it. He was wearing these jorts that looked like they were handmade. The jacket looked like it was stuffed with something. I don't know what it is. And he was carrying something shiny and black as he ran away.
And did you see where this individual came from specifically?
Yes, ma'am. He headed north on Lamar Street.
And do you know where he was coming from?
I saw him exiting from the Lamar Street exit of the Cosmos Cafe area.
And are you familiar with the streets around this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the food court?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe it would assist the jury to see the direction of where you were walking and where you saw this individual run?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, may the witness step down from the stand to mark on our demonstrative number 1.
You may.
Is it this way, sir? Using this blue pen, sir, would you please briefly mark where the entrance is, the entrances to the food court that you are aware of on this demonstrative?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, what's your objection?
This demonstrative has been preserved, so they can't write on it.
Really, the preservation is to make sure that you don't write on it and scribble on it. I'm gonna allow them to make additions to their own demonstrative. Objections to rule.
Just to clarify, would you please mark where the entrances to this food court area are on this demonstrative?
Yes, ma'am. To my recollection, there is an entrance here on Lamar Street. There's an entrance here on 7th Street.
And please let the record reflect that the witness has put 2 blue X's to show where the entrances to the food court area are.
No.
And Mr. Grayson, would you please put your initials in the parking lot where you parked in the grocery store area?
Yes, ma'am. I parked right around here.
And would you please draw an arrow indicating where you walked all the way to where you ducked down and hid that evening?
Yes, ma'am. So I walked this way towards Lamar, ducked down. Blue Hill Street actually goes all the way down there. And I ducked down over here towards, as I was turning the corner to head to this exit right here. So this is where I walked and that's where I ducked down.
And would you mind using this other marker to indicate where you saw this individual run out of the food court area?
Yes, ma'am. I saw them run out this way, heading north on Lamar Street.
Would the record please reflect that the witness has drawn a blue arrow to indicate the direction that he hid and then a green arrow to indicate the direction that the individual ran out of the food court area?
Okay, the record will so reflect.
And you can take it back down, thank you. Mr. Grayson, after you saw this individual go past you, what happened next? What did you do?
Like I mentioned earlier, I'm a really anxious person. I don't like to hang around in places I don't feel like I should be. So right after that, once I thought it was clear, I went ahead and headed back to that spot where I parked, and drove home. I didn't even get a chance to tell Avery that I had left.
And did you have a chance to speak to anyone about these events that transpired that evening?
No, ma'am. No.
Were you able to speak to anyone the day after?
Yes, I spoke to the officer there at the station the next morning. I believe it was Officer Camacho, about what happened.
Now, you were close friends with Avery.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you, what do you know about Avery's gun?
Well, I was with him when he bought it. He went ahead and purchased the gun, at a gun expo or a gun show. I'm a big fan of knife collections. I have a knife collection. I'm real proud of it. I figured I might as well add to the collection. I brought Avery along with me.
How often have you seen Avery fire this gun?
I'm not sure how many times I've been with him while he shot it, but we like to go to the shooting range every so often and blow off some steam. Nice thing we like to do.
Have you ever seen Avery fire his gun outside the gun range?
No, ma'am.
Now, you've known Avery for a while. Where have you? How familiar are you with his apartment?
Well, I know he used to have a house back in the day, but when he got divorced, his ex-wife kept the house in the divorce. He currently resides, to my knowledge, in a studio apartment.
And how familiar are you with Avery's financial situation?
Well, after that divorce, he was struggling to make money. That was part of the reason for the divorce. He was struggling to make ends meet. So a couple of friends of mine, actually, we got together to help him out. Right now, I think he has a job at an ice cream store. But before he even got that job, me and a couple of his friends got together to give him $500, just to help him get back on his feet.
What are your expectations for receiving that payment back?
We don't really have any expectations to receive it back. He's a friend of ours.
What are you aware of about Avery Anderson's prospects for this new job?
Well, I know it's a job in HR. It's the same type of job he was doing before. We had good prospects. I think.
You're aware of. What are you aware of about Avery Anderson's divorce with his ex-wife?
Well, I know part of the reason for the divorce was financial issues. Yeah, I know the divorce was a while ago. I don't remember how long ago it was. To the extent of my knowledge, I believe.
How have you seen Mr. Anderson act in reaction in the years following that divorce?
Yeah, it's a sad thing to get divorced, especially if you're the one getting divorced. So there's been some passionate moments that we've been together throughout that process, but he's grown as a person, and it's things that occur every now and again.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
What? Cross-examination.
May I proceed?
Nay.
Mr. Grayson, you and Mr. Anderson are pretty good friends.
Yes, ma'am.
You know that Mr. Anderson has been in a pretty tough spot financially.
Yes, ma'am.
You helped Avery Anderson a few times because of this, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you loaned him $500
And me and a group of friends did.
and he didn't pay that back.
We didn't ask him to.
It was a loan, correct?
No. We didn't have any expectations of receiving the money back.
Okay. And you were going to sell Avery Anderson your car
Yes, ma'am.
for about $2,000. You wanted cash for this
Yes.
because you weren't sure if a check would go through.
Like I mentioned earlier, I don't trust the banking system in the United States. I'd rather have cash generally.
But you never said anything about a check.
Not that I recall.
Would you like me to refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, absolutely.
You may.
Page 33, it starts 21 through page 34, 1, 2, or 1, and actually ends at 1. Just read that silent to yourself and let me know when your memory has been refreshed.
Yes, I believe I'm just
I can read
restating
that.
that I don't trust the banks.
So you weren't sure that you could trust a check at that point.
That is what I said.
And on January 20th, 2020, you were supposed to meet Avery Anderson between your houses at the grocery store,
Yes, ma'am.
but those plans fell through.
Well, to my knowledge, they didn't. Yes, they fell through.
In fact, you never saw Avery Anderson that night.
No, ma'am.
You have no idea where Avery Anderson was at the time of the gunshots. And you testified that you were anxious, scared for your safety.
Yes, ma'am.
Avery Anderson is your good friend, as you just testified. You didn't think that it would be wise to text or call your friend to make sure that they were okay?
Like I said, I get real anxious. Sometimes you just have to run. You get out of there. It's not really. I'm thinking of saving my own life at that point.
Right, but you did not call or text Avery Anderson that night.
That night, I did not.
And Avery Anderson wasn't in a great place, correct?
Could you elaborate?
You testified that he was in a pretty tough spot.
Financially, yes, ma'am.
He lost his job.
He had lost his job a few months before that. He had just gotten a new one.
Right, at an ice cream shop.
Yes, and another HR job. That's why we were doing.
Right, he needed a car for that. Yes. And his wife left him because he didn't have a job.
I'm not sure if that's the reason why his wife left him, but I know financial situation was part of the reason.
Right, so his wife did leave him, was that a yes?
Yes, his wife did leave him.
And she got the house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And now he lives in a studio apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
And he told you that his ex-wife started dating a guy named Elliot Stevens.
Yes, we had a conversation a couple months before the shooting about Kate Stevens.
And Mr. Anderson was pretty angry about this, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was so angry that when he told you about it, he threw a beer bottle against the wall.
Like I mentioned earlier, it's a heartbreaking thing to go through. He thought they were gonna get back together, and I think realizing your goal, what you wanted to do, is falling apart behind you. It's a passionate thing.
Right, and while I understand that that's your explanation, my question was whether he threw a beer bottle against the wall whenever he was telling you about this situation. Was that a yes or no?
There was a beer bottle thrown at the wall that night.
When he was explaining that Elliot,
I'm not sure at what point in the conversation that was.
in response to his ex-wife.
Yes, ma'am.
And his face got red during that conversation. He was yelling. He told you that he planned to get with his ex-wife again.
I believe we had had a conversation that it's what he wanted to do.
You, Mr. Grayson, you didn't go to the police that night, correct? You went to the police the next day. In fact, you testified earlier that you just didn't get a chance to go to the police that night.
Like I said, I was real anxious, worried about my own safety. I just went home.
So it wasn't that you didn't have a chance to go, you were just scared and didn't want to go.
Yes,
And you testified earlier that the gun that Avery Anderson owned, you were with him when he bought that, correct? And that was recently before the crime occurred.
I don't remember how long before.
Was it recent from your interview? Would you like me to refresh your memory? May I approach the witness?
You may.
Would you please read silently to yourself, page 35, line 4, just to yourself, and then let me know when you're ready.
Here you go.
Good.
Yeah, I said it was recent. I don't remember how recent.
I can re-ask the question for you. Was it recent before your interview and before the crime shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did not see Avery Anderson at the time that the gunshots were fired.
No, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, no, Your Honor.
I mean, this one is be allowed to sit down.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. And at this time, the defense rests are excused.
All right. I believe there was a request for another recess, is that all right?
Just brief, maybe a brief 1-2 minutes.
Just go fine, no fine.
I didn't know if anybody needed to get home or.
Let's keep it short there, so. 4:18 now, let's get back on about 4:23.
Thank you.
She has 15 minutes and 40 minutes.
Thank you.
And 17 minutes and 21.
Thank you.
Really good.
Abigail, that was 15 minutes and how many seconds? Just
43.
43, thank you.
Get everybody back, we ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
It took everybody by surprise. All right. Whenever you proceed prosecution.
Your Honor, may I reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal?
Sure. If he gives you a 2-minute warning and you keep talking though, that's on you.
For,
Do you want me to?
how much time do we have left? I'm sorry. 15 minutes. Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so if she gives you a warning,
If I give you 5 minutes, that's 5 minutes total.
Okay.
Not 5 minutes plus 2 minutes.
and then when she gives you 2, that means you're eating into your rebuttal time
Right,
and you
exactly.
keep talking.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, here we go. Okay.
He took his wife. Now he's gonna take his life. Members of the jury, there is a smoking gun in this case. In fact, there are many in this case, but the main smoking gun was the one that was found in Avery Anderson's backpack with 3 .357 caliber bullets and 1 spent casing. I want to back up and talk about Avery Anderson. You heard today that Avery Anderson was having financial problems because he lost his job in HR. Not only did he lose his job, but he lost his wife. And he was scraping to get by. He started working at an ice cream shop. He lost the house. He was working in, he was living in a studio apartment, and he didn't own a car. He had to use public transportation. Now, that's a pretty hard situation to be in for anyone, but specifically Avery Anderson. His wife left him, and he was quite angry about this. Now, I apologize for using improper language in the courtroom, but you did hear today that Sergeant Camacho said that when he talked to him about this, he called his ex-wife a bitch. He was angry, especially to say that when he was being interviewed for a crime. There was some anger in there. Now, he did get a new job, but he had to get a car. And his good buddy, Robin Grayson, was going to sell him a car for $2,000. And that was needed to be paid in cash. And you heard Robin Grayson testify today that he didn't trust a check. Wasn't sure if a check would come back. Now, Avery Anderson arrives up Blue Hill Drive on January 20th, 2020, and he says he was going to go buy that car that his friend was going to sell him. He was on Blue Hill Drive, and then he heard gunshots. And later that evening, he gets arrested by Officer Santiago somewhere over here. Many things don't add up about Avery Anderson's testimony that he was on Blue Hill Drive whenever the gunshots went off. First, Sergeant Camacho was also off Blue Hill Drive, as indicated by this purple arrow that he drew himself. If Avery Anderson was there that night on Blue Hill Drive, then he's not telling the truth, because Sergeant Camacho was on the same street and did not see him. Didn't see an individual until they were running up 7th Street. And that individual was wearing dark clothing and dark shoes. Avery Anderson was also wearing dark clothing and dark shoes. Now, another thing that doesn't add up was the amount in Avery's backpack. That was basically the same as the amount that was missing from the crime scene. Let me show you why. Mr. Ray Ballinger, you heard from today, was the one in charge of the finances at the food truck. He testified that when he last counted that night, wasn't an exact number, but we don't need exact, that $1,800 was in the Ziploc bag. Now Sergeant Camacho testified that he found $152 scattered around the food truck after the murder of Elliot Stevens, and $8.83 in the Ziploc bag. Now, if you do the math and you subtract $152 and $8.82 from $1,800, that gives you about $1,600, roughly. Now, Mr. Avery Anderson, in his backpack was found $400 bundled, and you heard that from Sergeant Camacho, and $1,600 of loose cash, not neatly packed at all, just sporadic in his backpack. That $1,600, pretty close to the $1,600 that was missing at the crime scene. That's not the only thing that doesn't add up about that $1,600. Avery Anderson testified that he was nervous about the area, that he was worried about carrying all that cash, so he brought his gun with him. Now, if that was the case, what was he planning to do whenever he showed up at the grocery store parking lot at 9:45 p.m. at night? Was he gonna pull out all that money and put it on his car and count it in front of everybody in a bad area? That doesn't add up. Second, I talked about this a little bit earlier, but a gun was found in Avery Anderson's backpack with 3 .357 caliber bullets in it, along with 1 spent casing. Now, defense wants to have you believe that this is not the gun that was used for the crime. They want to have you believe that some gun found in a river has something to do with this crime. But that gun that was found in the river had no spent casing. And you heard from Sergeant Camacho today that for a revolver to not have a spent casing in it, but still have missing bullets, it would have had to be manually removed. It does not add up why someone would be running by after the gunshots fired up 7th Street. As you see, there's a stream here that connects to the river, and taking out the revolver's spent casing and then thrown that gun into the river. As I stated earlier, Sergeant Camacho was right here off Blue Hill Drive and he saw the individual. It doesn't add up that he wouldn't see something like that. Now, they did find bloody gloves in that same river. But you know who was right next to that stream, connecting to the river? Avery Anderson. So it's highly probable that he could just take those gloves off and throw them into the river. Third, gunpowder was found on Avery Anderson's person. Now you heard Avery Anderson say himself today that he went to the gun range early in the morning, somewhere early in the day. Sergeant Camacho explained that if that were the case, gunpowder would probably not last more than 12 hours. If it was in the morning and the gunshot went off, or I'm sorry, not the gunshot, but if his clothing was tested later that evening, not till 2:20 a.m., there's no way that that gunpowder was still on his clothes if it had been fired earlier that day. So I want you to survey all of this evidence. And I want you to think about it whenever defense comes up here and they give their closing statement. They don't have any explanation for this. And they don't have any evidence of where Avery Anderson was at the time of the gunshot. But you know who does? Ray Ballinger saw at the food truck a gentleman in dark clothing run from the scene. And what was Avery Anderson wearing? Dark clothing. Now, I'll get to our burden when I come back up here for my rebuttal, but it is beyond a reasonable doubt. And I want you to remember that that's not any doubt.
All right, whenever you're ready, proceed, Mr. Nowell.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
You may.
Your Honor, opposing counsel, members of the jury. Two men, two stories. Avery Anderson's story, as you heard from the testimony of both himself and from his friend Robin Grayson, was that this purchase of this car was his opportunity for a better life. This was his ticket out to a better life. He wouldn't just tear that in half. You heard testimony today that Ray Ballinger, the man in and working around the food truck for Elliot Stevens at the time of the shooting, he didn't see who fired the weapon and who killed Elliot Stevens. He couldn't identify who did it. You did hear him mention, however, that he saw two individuals fleeing the scene after the gunshot went off. Earlier, you heard the state mention that they anticipated us saying that Avery Anderson was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Avery Anderson was running away from a gunshot. He was running away from a loud bang. He was startled. He was getting to the right place that he needed to be. You mentioned that you also heard the state mention that there is no way that Sergeant Camacho wouldn't have seen Avery Anderson walking on that street. The prosecution failed to account for as if these two individuals are walking in the same direction on that street. You heard testimony from Avery Anderson mentioning that he was walking westward on Blue Hill from the metro stop, some distance away. It would have been very possible, especially considering that this was an incident that happened past 9 p.m. that night, that someone may not have seen him. Also, the prosecution liked to mention the fact that there were smoking guns in this case. Well, let's talk about one such gun. Let's talk about the gun that they don't want to talk about. The gun found in the river, some distance away from the gloves with Elliot Stevens' blood on them, found a few hours after the incident. Prosecution mentioned that the argument that because there was no spent casing in this black and silver revolver, which coloring, by the way, matches the object that Robin Grayson said he saw the man in jorts holding as he ran up Lamar Street. Prosecution wants you to believe that because there was no spent casing in that cylinder, that meant that there was no bullet fired out of that cylinder. Members of the jury, this is a completely faulty argument. A revolver having a spent casing in a cylinder does suggest a shot went off, but that casing not being in that cylinder doesn't mean a shot didn't go off. Also, we heard a lot about how Ray Ballinger was in charge of the finances of Elliot Stevens, and how, as you heard him testify in cross-examination, if anyone would have known the state of the cash inside that food truck, it would have been him. Ray Ballinger said nothing about money being stolen from the scene. He said nothing about money being missing from the scene. He didn't see anyone run away with money from the scene. Besides the fact that Sergeant Camacho put some amount of money that he found in the area, prosecution hasn't shown anything about money having actually been stolen. If anything, they're showing a faulty accounting on the part of the police department and from questioning of witnesses on the matter. Prosecution also harped on the fact that Avery Anderson had some strong feelings about his wife of 13 years leaving him and him losing a job after that. But as you heard both him and Robin Grayson testify in court here today, having strong feelings for a significant other leaving you, that doesn't improve intent to kill. It doesn't show malice aforethought. It doesn't show premeditation. And yet the prosecution wants you to believe that that's true. That being upset about a wife leaving you means that you're gonna kill somebody. You also heard testimony that Sergeant Camacho, that he concluded after tests of this silver Ruger revolver that was found in the river that the tests were inconclusive, and that, among for other reasons, perhaps he struck it as irrelevant from the case. That because of this inconclusive testing from a gun that was found in a river, that it was somehow irrelevant to a shooting that had happened some distance away. Members of the jury, if one of the witnesses for the prosecution testifies to you that inconsistent should mean the same as irrelevant, then who should you believe? You also heard that when Ray Ballinger was drawing a demonstrative, you heard one of the attorneys mention that wasn't a completely accurate representation of what happened that night. And understandably so. As you heard from testimony here today, Ray Ballinger was very stressed from this incident. He heard a loud gunshot. He took cover. This makes sense. However, because of these disorienting factors, the fact that the other side admitted that this wasn't a completely accurate representation of what happened, this is another one of the witnesses that the prosecution is calling, who are you to believe? Members of the jury, these are all instances of reasonable doubt in this case. There's one other one. Let's talk a little bit more about the man in jorts, the man who ran off, that Robin Grayson testified to seeing run off up north onto Lamar, and that the state just didn't find him. They didn't pursue him further. The state didn't follow. The police department didn't follow all leads in this case. And you also heard testimony from Avery Anderson that he was interrogated by Sergeant Camacho, one of the witnesses for the state. He was accused wrongfully of a crime without even having an attorney present. He was given these accusations by the very sergeant that the state brought on as a witness here today. Who are you to believe? Members of the jury, 2 charges have been brought against our client today. One of murder in the first degree and one of robbery. Now, as we mentioned a little bit on opening, the burden of proof in a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt. And that doesn't mean that if you consider all the evidence in the case, there may not be, you don't have to determine the level of doubt based off of everything in the case. You have to determine it based off of each element. So let's walk through the elements of first degree murder. For someone to be convicted of murder in the first degree, it has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt they actually killed them. Members of the jury, there is no proof that Avery Anderson killed anyone that night. In fact, you've heard and seen evidence that there was very high likelihood that someone else may have killed Elliot Stevens from this gun found in the river. They have not met their burden for that beyond a reasonable doubt. They've also not met their burden beyond a reasonable doubt for malice aforethought. To achieve this, you have to prove that there was some sort of premeditation beforehand. Members of the jury, the state has not offered any evidence of premeditation in this case. They've mentioned testimony about, again, some perhaps hard feelings about a long time significant other breaking up with their client, but that is not premeditation to kill somebody. They have not met the burden beyond a reasonable doubt for that element either. These reasons when you go back there and deliberate on your jury sheet today, and you see, did Avery Anderson commit murder in the first degree of Elliot Stevens, you want you to put not guilty for each element. No. Now for robbery. As mentioned previously, you have to prove all elements of it beyond a reasonable doubt. And one such element of this, that there would have to be intent to rob by use of force or display of force. But members of the jury, you heard testimony relating to why Avery Anderson had that money in his backpack. You heard from both him and his friend Robin Grayson about why he had cash in his backpack. You heard Robin Grayson's, in fact, very detailed explanation for why he doesn't like using anything other than cash in his transactions. He doesn't trust the bank. Fair enough. That's their explanation for this. State hasn't offset that. They have not met the burden that there was any intent to rob or display of force. And in fact, they haven't even proven, as stated previously, that money was stolen at all, beyond a reasonable doubt. They mentioned that there was money found in Avery's backpack, and that there was something on a spreadsheet from something that Ray Ballinger had drawn on that sheet, but that isn't proof that money was stolen. If anything, that's proof of faulty accounting on the part of Ray Ballinger. They haven't shown any evidence that anyone was running from the scene for money. They haven't shown evidence that money was on the ground anywhere. They haven't shown that money was stolen. So for the same reason, when you go back there and deliberate on your jury form, you see, did Avery Anderson commit the crime of robbery? You should put no, not guilty, and put no for each element of that crime. Members of the jury, this is a story of two men, two different branches in the paths. Their paths didn't cross that night, as there was nothing to suggest they did. Avery Anderson had a ticket to his new future. He had worked over a year to build that. He would not just turn that.
All right, rebuttal.
Yes, Your Honor. Just to be clear, I haven't gone over 2 minutes.
No, you have 7 minutes left.
Okay.
Just wants to have you believe that this random person in jorts has something to do with this crime. But as you heard today, Sergeant Camacho testified that he investigated this individual far and wide, and there's no confirmation that he exists. Now, another element of that is that you heard testimony today that the individual with jorts was running up Lamar Street. You heard that from Ray Ballinger and you heard it from Robin Grayson. He was running up Lamar Street. And where was the gun that they say had to do with this crime located? In the river. So if that were the case, that doesn't add up at all. He wouldn't have stashed it over there. More notably, a pair of gloves that we know had to do with this crime that were found with Elliot Stevens' blood on them was found in this river. And we know that that's relevant. And who was closest to where those gloves were found? Avery Anderson on that night. Now, they want to say that Avery Anderson was running away from a gunshot. Avery Anderson, again, testified he was running down Blue Hill Drive. He heard the gunshot before he got to the bridge. If he was scared of a gunshot, why didn't he turn around and go back? Why did he keep going towards that direction? That doesn't add up. Now, defense wants to say that we're scared of talking about that gun, but we already told you the explanation of why the gun in the Tortlandia River has no relevance in this case. And it's not related to this trial. And that's because no spent casing was found in that gun. So we're not scared of talking about that. We know that that has no relevance in this case. Now, they want to also say that we didn't talk about any money being stolen, but that's false. You and I were in the same courtroom today, me and you, the jury, and we all heard that Sergeant Camacho stated that there was $152 found on the ground of the food truck and $8.83 found in the Ziploc bag. And that Ray Ballinger said that there was $1,800 in that food truck earlier that day. So money was stolen. That's given. Now, Ray Ballinger was mourning his friend, so of course he's not gonna check to see what money was in a Ziploc bag. How horrible of a friend would he be if he did that? He was mourning. Now, they also say that we didn't prove that there was premeditation in this case. Now, you heard Robin Grayson state that it was recent before that crime happened that the gun was purchased. He was with him. Pretty recent. And then the crime was committed with a gun that had a 357 caliber bullet. The same kind of bullet that was found in the gun on Avery Anderson's person. So all of those things are addressed, right? Now, we do have a burden to meet today, and I want to talk about that. That's beyond a reasonable doubt. But beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean any doubt. It means beyond a reasonable doubt. There are no reasonable doubts in this case at this time. And we're only required to overcome reasonable doubts. We accept that burden, we've met that burden, and we've gone beyond that burden. So we anticipate your verdict in favor of the prosecution today, and that you would serve justice by finding this defendant, Avery Anderson, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree murder and robbery. Thank you.
Good job, both teams. I think, do y'all need a second to finish filling out your ballots, or? I think I'll just step out for a couple minutes. We'll come get you.